Right. We are going to be starting off in Hobart, which is where we landed. We're going to have a bit of a fly around first. But I will set our destination. Hang on, let's do the obligatory setting up of weights and balances. Go running maximum fuel as per usual for us. We have no co-pilot. He's just me. And this is a bit light to be just me. And then we're taking 50 pounds of cargo. Excuse me, bloody hell, what a pig. I just burped. Did have a bit of fizzy though, so it's not a surprise. Right. Let's just check that. It is, and we should be online on all of them. Cool, cool, cool. Oh bugger. I've got the things not set up right. It's saying the previous one about making it to Tassie when we're actually flying out of Tassie. Oh well. Oh well. Right. Right, where were we? Just make sure, yes, picking up those sounds. Good, good, good. Okay, so got that. That is right. Aircraft is the right aircraft. Close that. And there's our okay. Set as departure. There we go. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Look at Adelaide, right at the limit of our, well, pretty close to at the limit of our range. I reckon we should go for it. Yep, I don't think we'll make it, but we can try. Look what these clouds are doing too. We're going to have a wee bit of a headwind and then a wee bit of a tailwind, if that is anything to go by. Without jumping on windy.com and having a good look, let's do that. Again, I need to really set that back up. I used to have it set up where I could show it on here as well. What was I doing? Windy.com. Where is it? There it is. So, until we decide otherwise, we shall be setting that as the arrival. 632 nautical miles. We are going to be pushing it. Let's have a look at those winds from Tassie to... Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't quite match up with what's going on there. It's not too far removed, but look. that's right. Maybe it's just the scale I'm looking at. Anyway, it's not too bad. What's all the green? What's the green? Oh, that's the aircraft. Oh my god, there's a lot of aircraft flying around New Zealand at the moment, isn't there? Not a lot around. Poor old Tassie, though. Right, we should all be live. Yes. Live. Right, we'll close that and we shall get a move on. Got my hot coffee ready to go. It's going to be starting us from the runway, isn't it? Oh well. That's fine, I guess. I did see a thing in the notes earlier about something to do with save games and live weather. A known bug with the live weather not saving properly, which hopefully means in the not too distant future I'll be able to save games and load them in with live weather and everything. Oh, look at this. It's looking fairly rough weather-wise. Bit of wind. It's there's the windsock over there. It's not looking too bad. Okay, we'll do this is always way too much. Especially what altitude are we at the moment? Pretty. Yeah, what altitude is that? Is that 60 feet or 100? Yeah, we're at 60 feet off sea level. Oh, pretty close to sea level. Hello, comms. It is being handled by the AI, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Am I just gonna have to take off? Can't remember. Right, well, let's move joystick somewhere a little more reasonable. Go, handbrake off. Fuel and everything. Do the old check even though I was flying just a few minutes ago. There we go. Also the controls apparently have been tweaked so they're not as ridiculously sensitive as they used to be. Yeah, that's that. No. There we go. We don't need flaps to take off from this at the moment. I think that sock might be facing the wrong way. We're pulling quite hard that way, although, wind blowing, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I know that they can. Let's rotate. Now it's saying I'm cleared. Oh. Oh no, don't. Oh, I thought the game had crashed then. Don't know why we didn't get. Why we didn't get voice then. Haven't heard any radio. When I did a quick test flight just to make sure all the sounds and that were working, I most definitely had radio then. So that could be another joyfully new bug. Nope. Right, so what I want to do... thank goodness. There we are. Yeah, I don't really want to go north, I'm sorry.
Hobart Tower, Cessna Alpha, Sierra X-Ray Golf, Sierra Alpha, continue for north departure.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to fly over Hobart for a bit. Let's see if I can find the old house.
Hobart Tower, Cessna Alpha, Sierra X-Ray Golf, Sierra Alpha, frequency change.
Let's...
Melbourne Center, Cessna Alpha, Sierra X-Ray Golf, Sierra Alpha is type Cessna Skyhawk, 1 miles east of Hobart.
Oh, it's going to be hard with this map, isn't it? Hobart's actually over there. Where our old house will be somewhere around here. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Squawk 3354 Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha.
Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha radar contact 1 mile north of Hobart, 1,200 feet. Altimeter 29.88.
Copy Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha.
It's an interesting wee airport down there. Cambridge or something, I think I saw it called on the map. So close to the main Hobart airport. Right, pretty sure that the bridge, Hobart's bridge, wouldn't be done properly here. I can't remember what the hell it was called. It was knocked down at one point, back in the 70s, I think. A ship ran into one of the supporting pylons and brought a big chunk of it down. Now, if you go to Hobart, there should still be a story about that in the museum. That's Mount Wellington over there. A bit cloudy there. I feel like this game would definitely benefit from running in 4K. Because it uses that dithering, which probably isn't overly... Hey, Sophie! Yeah, dithering's probably not overly noticeable on stream. How you doing, Sophie? Really need to move my mic out of the way, unfortunately. There's no way. The chat is always being hidden by something. I think that would be the bridge there, which isn't... Oh, it's actually not looking too bad. Is it a fairly simple bridge in real life? No. But yeah, I don't think it's particularly well represented. I think Sophie came, saw and went. Commented and then left. Alright, let's settle down on the trim. There we go. Yeah, that actually,
Descend and maintain 3,700 feet. Expect vector visual runway 30 approach.
So that's not just a generic bridge they put in there, that is actually based off the real thing, except it isn't modeled properly. There'd be lots of gaps. There should be lots of gaps in there you'd be able to fly through. But the overall shape is about right. These concrete pylons holding the whole thing up. Right. There's my dad's old work down there. I was actually wondering about flying over there. Hang on, can't see it now because this is in the way. Rest Point is the name of the place, and it should be just about to pop into view. Right about there. There we go. That's presented. Hang on, they got photogrammetry of Hobart? Oh no! Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm really surprised because I don't think they even have this of Perth. Holy moly. That's amazing. Okay, hang on. Can we what's it looking at over that way? I'm gonna fly down. That's cut the speed away a bit. Oh my goodness, yeah, this is really accurate. I don't think the bridge will get any more accurate getting near it, which is a shame, but that is that's really unexpected. Hey Jen, how you doing? It has been upgraded, but I was running this on my old PC as well, which wasn't a bad PC. My current PC is an i7, my old PC was an i7, but it was an i7 from 2012. Whereas this is an i7 from much more recently, like this year. I had 24 gigs of RAM with my old PC, I got 32 with this. Still using my old graphics card from my old PC, which is an old GTX 1060, which is kind of mid-range from about 4 years ago now, I think. Not a bad card, but not like a powerhouse. It's doing alright. I'm getting just over 30 FPS in this. But yeah, it's to run this game doesn't take as powerful a PC as people think, but to run it really well, yeah, that can be tough. I'm just quickly going to go to outside view. I need to tuck in a bit closer here. This bloody pillar gets in the way. It would have been the good thing about having a bubble canopy. But I don't. I'm in a Cessna 172 because I'm trying to be incredibly inappropriate. I am... Basically, Jennifer, I am flying from New Zealand to the UK. That's my ultimate. I may continue after that, but that's my goal for now. And not just flying. I'm flying around my dad's old work in Tasmania at the moment. It's the hotel casino in Hobart, Tasmania. Wow. I haven't been there since I was about 14. But yeah, but along the way, I'm stopping off at all the different places that I lived. And I'm really blown away that this area here, a lot of different cities around the world, they have the basic Bing map data. Oops, I'm going too fast. They have the basic Bing map data, but all the buildings, they have like AI just kind of plops in what it thinks is appropriate. But this area here is actually, these buildings are all pretty much totally accurate. It's photogrammetry. They've gone around with drones and stuff, and they've got the data here. It's absolutely, you can see the car parks there. It's amazing. And that's their sort of conference centre there. I remember that being built. The tall building was there when we arrived in Tassie. That was part of the reason we went there. Was Dad was he wanted to live somewhere a bit cooler, and there was a casino there which my dad was working at. Like he was in the casino business at the time, so there was somewhere for him to work, and that's why we went there. But yeah, this is a blast from the past. This old bridge over there isn't. The silhouette is more or less right, but you can see it's missing all the yeah, it's a big black blob over there. So the arch of the bridge is about right, but there should be concrete pillars up and down there. And it actually, a chunk of the bridge got knocked out, I think back in the 70s, possibly very, very, very early 80s, because it happened before we arrived there, and we arrived in about 81, 82. I'm glad you're enjoying it. But yeah, the bridge is there, it's just, looks like it's got tree textures on it. In fact, it's even got trees on the bridge, so yeah, the bridge needs work. But pretty much all this is, nobody's come in and placed these buildings in the game, it's all been automated, which is just insane. It's a bit like Google Earth in that way. And now I'm going to try to find my old house, which is out in the country. And it was about a half hour drive from here, maybe 40 minutes, give or take. It's going to be fun because this is a flight simulator and it doesn't actually have any, or not much in the way of road markings on the map. So a place I haven't been at since I was 14. Gonna have to try and find my way home. Oh, I just got a Steam message then. That probably came through. I think it's a Steam message or a message that must have been sent ages ago. Yeah, it's not connected to Google Earth, but it takes it's based off the data on Bing Maps, so you know Microsoft's equivalent of Google Earth. But it doesn't take it real time. It doesn't go straight onto the internet and like it does. A lot of this is streamed off the internet, but it is fixed up beforehand. So, and a lot of the data is from about 2014. So, and if there are exceptions to that, but most of the data is from about 2014, which is when they started gathering the data and making it suitable for the flight sim. Because yeah, Bing Maps doesn't have a lot of it is just aerial photography, and they didn't want just flat buildings all over the place. Oh, I've got a couple of people on Twitch now as well. Want to become famous. Ah, somebody is spamming my channel. Nice. That's hilarious. Oh, well, I guess it counts as interaction. Right. I have a feeling that I need to head up this way. A bit of an inkling. Yeah, in fact, I think that building there, I'm pretty sure is the shop we used to go to. Like, it doesn't look like much there. It basically looks just like a roof, but it was like I think they call them general stores in the US. Like just a little bit of everything, small store that go to get ice creams and stuff. Oh man. Yeah. This is gonna be tricky. I'm glad it's cloudy, but not really low clouds, because that would make this damn near impossible. I'm gonna have to go outside view.
Please expedite your climb to 3,700 feet.
Yeah, this road disappears up around here. I've got to try and keep from climbing too much, even though they want me to expedite my climb. I am busy exploring. This might be if I'm almost certain to fly to the US at some point. I can fly around. I can fly around where you live as well. Have a look. It's going to be really hard to find where I used to live. It's getting cloudy. So easy to get lost. But it's funny the things that they haven't got right as well. Like the whole planet's here, so certain things you can't expect them to get absolutely everything right. But it is hysterical sometimes, like the Colosseum in Italy. I imagine they will get around to fixing it, but as the game was, like when the game released, and I think even now it's a circular block of flats, which is pretty funny. Right.
Descend and maintain 3,700 feet. Generic Lima Charlie Delta.
Okay, so they're not. That radio's not talking to me.
Generic Lima Charlie Delta. Descend and maintain 2,100 feet.
Trouble is the camera. The controls for the external camera are reversed compared to inside.
Descend and maintain 2,100 feet. Generic Lima Charlie Delta. Generic Lima Charlie Delta Airport is at your 9 o'clock 9er miles. Maintain present heading and altitude. Report runway in sight.
I am officially lost. I know I'm close, but there should be more of a open area, and I wish that other aeroplane would... Oh, shut up! Yes, go away! Who is this person spinning?
Charlie Delta, you are 8 miles south of Hubbard. Turn left heading tree 40.
I am very tempted to switch the radio off at the moment.
On 118.1.
I've never actually done that, so I don't know how.
Turn left heading tree.
Oh my god.
Tower on 118.1 generically mature.
My Twitch channel, if you look up Denzel, hang on a second, I will hit autopilot so I don't. A bit more revs. I will message it directly to you. If you look up, where are we? If you have any trouble finding it, let me know and I'll send you a direct link. Where are we? For Richard, there we go. Right, I just PM that to you. If you look that up in Twitch, you should find it. Should be fairly obvious because it'll be a guy flying a Cessna around Tasmania. You should recognise the voice. Right. If they probably haven't fixed the autopilot yet. No, they have not. Okay, let's disconnect that. Right, what I might quickly do is I'll look it up on a map and see if I can match that up. Need to get out of New Zealand first though on the map. Here we go. Hobart, Glenorchy, Glenfern, where's Collinsville? Ah ha ha ha! Collinsville. So That's behind us. Yeah. This is... Guys, zoom that in a wee bit. Awesome. And you can I've got a bit of a universal chat thing going, so you can, if you message me on either one, I should see it. Interesting bit of weather there. It's a shame that these maps don't have a little bit more detail. But they do what they need to do. I wonder what the time in game is. It'll be a bit earlier in the day than it is here because we're in a different time zone. Okay, more or less straight ahead, I believe. Hey, Paperclip, how you doing? Is that name a real-life event that happened to you? It's a very interesting name, shot by Paperclip. Getting a bit of turbulence coming over these hills. I'm not going to stuff around too much here. Videographer. Oh! As in shooting film, not getting wounded by. Nice. Need to set up slightly more in the cabin. Oh wow! Have you been on here before? I seem to remember a conversation. Something's ringing a bell. I don't know why that's ringing a bell. That would be a fascinating place to be doing video stuff. Yeah, I love it. I should be doing much more of these streams, trying to get a bit more consistent with it. But yeah, I'm slowly trying to make my way halfway around the world from New Zealand to from New Zealand to the UK, but I'm visiting places I've lived along the way. Just seeing if I can manage to spot one of my old houses from here, but just trying to find a little place called Collinsvale. It's not easy when the flight maps, we're basically flying around it now, but I know there's more of it clearing. In fact, that valley down there actually looks like it would be the place, but even in a slow plane like this, you fly past everything so quickly. also this game does tend to overdo the trees just slightly. So there may be fields that are covered in trees that really shouldn't be. I couldn't quite follow the road in. The road was very much covered. Yep, yeah, it does. Oh, thanks, man. It's the subscription is very much appreciated. It's yeah. So I hope to do a lot more of this. And there's other stuff that I play as well, but it's just getting into the routine of streaming and that. But oh, that looks. Hang on. I think I found it. God, it looks so. The whole place looks so small from up here. Yeah, that would be Collinsvale down there. Holy shit. I'm pretty sure I've basically found the area. That would be my old school down there. Holy shit, yeah, that totally is. And I live down that, see that road goes to town, that road goes into the rest of Collinsvale. It's, oh, good night, Jen. You have a good one. Yeah, I definitely recommend it. You can even get it if you just wanted to try it out before you buy it. You can get the Xbox Game Pass for like $1 or something, and yeah, try it out there. Sorry, my focus is all over the place at the moment. I'm trying to eyeball the old house, which I think might be, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. It's all covered with trees, of course. Yeah, that dam makes sense there. I'm sorry, this probably isn't very exciting for you guys, but I'm just, yeah, I haven't been there since I was 14, and finding it in a game is extremely cool. That used to be a, it's just a that there is just a house now, but that used to be like a little country petrol station, post office, and little store. Let's see if I can see the houses a bit better. This game would definitely have a hard job of getting our old house right, because the aerial photographies wouldn't be very good. It was a pretty big place. But yeah, that's it. That would be a little stream running down here. We used to play on the willows and stuff. Next door neighbour there, we used to play with the kids there. Huh. Well, there we go. That's one of the goals that I had in this done. Yeah, it's a couple of things that have really surprised me, because Australia isn't really, you know, it's not considered a, yeah, it's a very low population. It's not a place that tends to get a lot of love in video games and stuff. And the vast majority of the cities in Australia are, from what when I had a look around earlier, are not photogrammetry stuff, so it's a bit like what we were looking at here, where the buildings are the computer's best guess from aerial photography, which is fine. They do a pretty good job of that. Not complaining, but what amazed me is this Hobart, which is pretty much out in the middle of, you know, it's at the arse end of the world, and one of the areas I flew over in Hobart had photogrammetry, which is what they use for New York City and that. It's like so accurate. Most of the city isn't photogrammetry, but there was one of the areas I went to and it was full-on photogrammetry. That just blew me away. Even I've flown around Perth, which is in Western Australia, in quite a big city by Australian standards, and that didn't have any photogrammetry that I could see. I don't think Sydney, which is I think the biggest city, I didn't find any photogrammetry there. Canberra, which is the capital city, had a fair bit of photogrammetry. Yeah, so it's interesting. But I think a lot of the photogrammetry stuff is done by. I don't think Microsoft go out of their way to do that. I think they get that information from other people and organisations that have made that data available. So yeah, I think it can be a bit haphazard. Right, now we are going to be flying to Adelaide. So that was cool though. I like that, flying over that. I'm going to be pushing the limits of my fuel to get to Adelaide as well, which is going to be interesting, especially after having flown around like this for a while. But yeah, funny thing was, a lot of people don't realise how good Microsoft's old flight sim before this one, flight FSX, so Flight Sim 10, that had the whole planet as well. Obviously a lot less detail, but it was the same 1-to-1 scale. Got the autopilot on now, I think. And yeah, and where there was cities, they had, if it was a major city, they'd have some of the buildings reasonably accurately modelled. Fairly low poly, but getting the old autopilot bounce. So they're going to settle down. There we go. But like areas like here where you got buildings down there, in FSX it would have sort of a texture, a suburban texture with random suburban. Yes, it is totally possible. I haven't flown to Antarctica from somewhere else, but I have flown around Antarctica. It's got a few glitches, unfortunately. I'm not too sure why. I'm not too sure the game engine knows how to deal with vast areas of snow and ice all that well. And one of the bases, I don't know if it's Scott Base or it's one of the major bases down there, they've got a fairly major landing strip down there. But their base itself, if you look at it on maps and that, it's a whole bunch of separate buildings, whereas for some reason this sim has turned it into one big building with a bunch of sort of buildings on top of that building. So yeah, that needs some love to get right. But yeah, what is the time? It's 3:09 in game. Okay. Feels really dark. But I guess that's the overcast weather doing that. To 81, let's back a bit, there we go. Yeah, it'll be, take it that was emotes. What's the you got this emote on YouTube? I'm doing this through a third-party app. I'm gonna look that up. But yes, so now begins the most riveting part of the journey. Where are we? 80 degrees. Where are we? That one? Can't find it. Longest flight, one session. I'm not sure. It's in the videos. I think it was actually the first flight I did because I I couldn't figure out how to use the autopilot at that point. It was doing all sorts of weird things. Oops, hang on. Helps if I pay attention to what I'm doing now. Where's the nav one? There we go, thank you. And it was, I believe, about 6.5 hours of manual flying the whole way, which was it was kind of scary as well because we had really bad weather to start the flight with. Because I've been using, for the most part, except when it broke on me, I've been using live weather the whole time. Unfortunately, one of my crossings when I was doing, because to get the range on this plane, it's not bad for what it is, but it's still pretty short, and yeah, there's not much that's close to New Zealand. And so I wasn't even sure it was possible to fly out of New Zealand in a Cessna 172 and actually get anywhere worth going. As it turned out, there aren't many options, but two of them was to go from New Zealand to Norfolk Island, and Norfolk Island to Lord Howe Island, and from Lord Howe Island I could make it to mainland Australia. After that it's fairly easy, because Australia is quite close to a lot of other places. But yeah, I think it was the trip from Lord Howe Island to Australia, the live weather hadn't engaged properly, and I should have been fighting a headwind the whole way, but I wasn't, so I was a bit disappointed in myself that I didn't pick up on that earlier. But the initial flight, yeah, 6.5 hours, and the first part of that flight I was getting into icing conditions, which was yeah, it actually got pretty scary. I ended up flying, I was supposed to fly over mountains at some point. Well, I couldn't because of the ice, so I ended up flying back down to the coast to try and get rid of the ice, which once you've got the ice it's quite hard to get rid of, but I managed to find some warm air which got rid of the ice that I'd got, and I was looking around and found a break in the clouds, so I thought I'd try, and of course I take off with a full tank. I set it so that there's no co-pilot weight, because it sets co-pilot and pilot to 170 pounds each by default, so I just put my own weight in there at a nice chunky 265 pounds and get rid of the autopilot. Then I stick 50 pounds of luggage in the back as well for some sort of realism. And so yeah, and full tank, so climbing when you're at, yeah, it's not a rocket ship at the best of times, but let alone when you got full tanks. And yeah, I tried to sort of fly into the blue, get through the clouds, and I kind of did, but I ended up having to fly through some clouds at some point and got ice again. And then yeah, it was kind of skimming the cloud tops for ages and just managed to get out of that. But I burnt so much fuel stuffing about trying to get up and out and over, and not having the autopilot working meant that I wasn't exactly flying a straight line either. So I got about halfway to where I should have gotten, landed, refueled, and then flew the rest of the way up to the north end of New Zealand. I think I finished that flight in Auckland at the time, which is the not the capital, but it's the biggest city in New Zealand. And yeah, and it was the next two videos after that were about 4 hours each. It was, yeah, quite a long way to go. This one is probably going to take quite a while too. This might actually end up being 6 or so hours. But it's pretty. It's very pretty. And we won't be flying over water for very long on this one. Thinking I'll stay below the clouds so we have something to look at. It's okay. I'm social distancing, so I don't need the face mask. One of the things that I was on the first flight, I ended up getting up to about, I think I was at 17,000 feet at one point. And at that point, I really should have had oxygen. But yeah, that's not simulated in this, luckily. But I was actually at one point flying higher than, there was an Airbus in the area, I think, just doing a short flight. Like, a long flight for this is a tiny flight for an Airbus. And I think he was just doing a flight within New Zealand, and yeah, he was a couple of thousand feet below me, and you could almost feel him going, like, what the hell are you doing up here? Yeah. Why are we... Has the altitude hold turned off? It has. I do not know why. Oh, no, that's the wrong button. Turn the nav back on, please, and do altitude hold. That's an okay altitude at the moment. Yeah, it's, there's not many people flying. I wish I could show you the world map, because you get these. Yeah, you see all these white dots are normally locations, airports and airfields and stuff like that. And you get green dots, and the green dots are either other people flying in real life, like literally aeroplanes in real life flying, not in the game, or they can be people that are playing the game as well. It doesn't differentiate between them. Well, it does, but it's not obvious. The green dot, they're all green dots until you zoom in on them, and then it makes it easier to see whether it's a real flight or a. And you can take over the real flights too, which sounds really dodgy, but no, take them over in game. But yeah, then there's tons around New Zealand, but there's hardly anything around Tasmania. Hey, Stava. If anybody was wondering who I'm doing these random names, I'm streaming to 3 different locations at the same time, so I'm on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube at the moment. Yeah, also, hang on, Stava said the stewardess on the flight, they got their, what? The stewardess on this flight got beard hair got beard hair in my drink. Yes, I am the stewardess. Yeah, it's almost this game releasing in 2020 though, when so many flights are no longer happening. It's almost like a cruel irony. Everybody's stuck at home playing this, and there's actually not that many real flights out there anymore. Would have been really interesting to see this game if COVID hadn't happened, because normally there are so many flights out there, it's crazy. But yeah, it's just there's not that much out there now. There's still, there still are planes obviously, but it's just a lot less than it used to be. But yeah, you can actually take over the flight, and it'll have the flight plan and everything in there, so you can fly it like you were actually the captain of that, which is pretty awesome. I'm pretty sure, I would say, they would only show flights of similar aircraft, but I'm not 100% sure about that. They might just pretty much turn every commercial flight into one of the 3 or 4 commercial planes they have in here. There's Misty. Might just open this up a wee bit. Oops, so zoomed in instead of out. Zoom that out as much as possible. There we go. Wonder if I can lean out the fuel mixture a wee bit. Might be able to now that I'm at, what am I at? 4,200 almost? Let's see what happens to the revs. Watch the revs here. We're at 2430. 55%. So probably not going to gain anything, but let's. Oh, hang on. I haven't touched anything, it just dropped to 20. So. No, that didn't help. Dropped even more. So. 50% exactly. 55. A little more RPM. 60 is not giving us any extra. 65 is not giving us any extra. So. Keep it at 55. Oh, that would be another player. Oh, he's up high too. High and far away, I'd say. He's not shown on here. They don't give you a distance. They give you their altitude, but not distance. He's at 35,000 feet. That's you definitely having a YouTube account is handy. These days it's like it's crazy actually, because like I can understand some people don't have accounts because of privacy concerns, which is pretty valid as far as I'm concerned. The crazy thing is that even if you don't have an account, how well they track you anyway. Like, yeah, you can never have made a Facebook account, and yet Facebook will still have an account, like still have an account for you, like the one that you don't know about. Oh, I tell you what, that would be for anybody else that is not watching Facebook, not Facebook, YouTube chat at the moment. Shot by Paperclip just asked, do you think Microsoft could update the game for historical flights? For example, I think that it would be cool to fly side by side next to Amelia Earhart. That is a genius idea. That would be absolutely amazing. I mean, if somebody loved that idea enough, I think that could be quite doable as far as a mod. Somebody could definitely mod that into this game. As far as I understand, it supports modding pretty well. And yeah, something like that would be amazing. I don't think they will, like the developers. I'd love for the developers to do that, and I think they think it was a great idea. But yeah, I think they're so busy with other things at the moment that that probably wouldn't happen. But yeah, that's a really good idea. That's the sort of thing that'd be worth bringing up in the modding community. Just trying to think all sorts of other ways you could sort of do it as well, like even you know, like first flights across the English Channel and other things like that. You know, you could do the Wright brothers would be an interesting. Well, the Wright brothers probably wouldn't be all that interesting because their first airplane to fly really didn't fly all that well. Even some of the other ones, like there's other early flights. Is that a mountain coming up to greet me? I think it is. How far away is that? That's altitude. Just a bit more climbing, I think. Yeah, like there's a bit of a legend in New Zealand. This farmer had an airplane that he used to fly around at around about, I think even before the Wright brothers and that, but he was one of these shy, reclusive sort of guys that didn't, yeah, he didn't make a fuss about anything. Typical southern farmer type thing in like New Zealand. And they've got the engine from his plane, all these sort of eyewitness accounts, but it was never, it didn't have the same. And there's a few other there was a lot of stuff in France. There was a guy that made a glider that he ended up dying because he was showing it off to a bunch of people at a sort of get together at his house, and it had rained just a little bit before he was going to show it, and it had made the glider a bit heavier, and it broke while he was flying it and ended up killing him. But yeah, obscure little things like that would be really cool. There's all sorts of, yeah, there's way more than I could think of that would be, yeah, historical stuff would be very cool. Because you could quite easily do them like in FSX there were all these little missions that weren't historical. I don't think any of them were historical, but they were interesting things. Like there was this old guy that you would, there was a bit of a story to it. There was like this old guy that you were flying to a couple of different places, and he'd talk to you in the airplane when you were doing these different things. And they could do so much more now than they could back then. Slightly concerned about these mountains, especially the clouds. Just making adjustments. Guess I may as well try and climb out of the clouds, eh? Yeah, this area's all just a little bit too high. Oh, look, this guy's slowly making his way down. He's at 25,000 now. Don't know if we'll see him on the map here. At some point, I imagine. Okay, so it's looking pretty good ahead. This is a lifesaver. Let's see if we can spot that guy. Oh, is that wind? Right. So yeah, I'm not seeing the other airplane. This is as much as I can zoom out, unfortunately. There's the bottom end of Aussie. because I can zoom out. Whoops. Cannot see a thing. Fun. It's a bit bouncy too. Probably adjust the mixture a wee bit again. So we're at 1540. There we go, 1550, back down to 1540 with one. So that's, yeah, it should be good. We're now 50% mixture. This lake is that we're flying over. Quite a few lakes and stuff down there, eh? I wonder how many of these freeze over during the winter. It's all pretty high altitude stuff. Yeah, it depends what type of map you use as to whether it's distorted. I mean, if you use like a globe of the Earth, like you used to get in the old schools, then it's all accurate. It's the flat projection ones get inaccurate, but the Australia itself, mainland Australia, is about the same size. I think slightly bigger than the United States itself. It's very close. So North America is larger than Australia, but the actual United States themselves are pretty close to the same size. But there's, yeah, Australia is a lot emptier. It's, I think, 30-ish million living there at the moment. That's been a long time since I checked. That is 25,599. All I got then, Staver, was 3 asterisks. I don't know if that worked on Twitch, but it didn't come through for me on Restream for some reason. But yeah, it's alright, I found it. Yeah, so yeah, it's less than 26 million people living in Australia. Yeah. I wonder how high these clouds go. I just got ****.com. Is that actually showing on, hang on, I will jump onto Twitch on my phone and have a look. I don't know if that's maybe a setting even on my Twitch channel. It's not allowing, like by default, not allowing stuff. Well, yeah, as I said, if it's a flat projection, it would definitely. That's the other thing as well. It's like if you look up. Hang on, if I look up the land area, so Australia versus, it's probably going to be, yeah, it's like the top search for that. Yeah, so Australia's ever so slightly bigger. Australian land area is 7.7 million square kilometres, whereas the United States is 7.6 million kilometres. Um, so Australia is 1.2 larger than the 48 states. So actually, if you added in Alaska and Hawaii, not that Hawaii would make a lot of difference, that would probably be. Let's have a look at just the United States. Oh, oh, yeah. So Alaska, um, yeah, Alaska's a big place. That brings the United States up from 7.6 million to 9 million. Um, Interesting website here. I'll see if I can post it. Copy. Yeah, there's. I don't know if you guys will get this. Hopefully you will. There we go. That should have gone to. Yep, it says it went to Twitch and YouTube. So yeah, Stave has put a thing on there, the truesize.com. But yeah, it's part of the discrepancy is if you've got a flat map, trying to get a there's not a nice there's no real nice way of getting a spherical information onto a flat surface when it's when it's old-fashioned ink and paper. You've either you can have all sorts of ways that try and make things more accurate, but then you make the map a lot harder to read as well, and it's a lot more work to do it. Whereas if you use there's all sorts of different projections. Basically, the projections they ended up using, there was a couple of reasons I heard. One was because most trade was happening in the northern hemisphere. The projection they used that showed Europe and the United States and China, pretty much all the northern, as much larger, just made the maps easier to read and use. And there really wasn't. You look at the southern hemisphere, you've got really South America, Australia, and New Zealand, and lots and lots and lots of ocean. So, yeah. Yeah, and they just kind of worked. Some people say there were political reasons for them doing it, but I honestly, yeah, maybe I don't think there was particularly political. Yes, David, the Earth is flat. That's why I'm not having to push the nose of my airplane down as I'm flying. Oh God, the flat earthers are absolutely hilarious. The things that you wonder how many of them, because I am sure there are some flat earthers out there that are just trolling. There's got to be at least a few. I think what was the name there? I think the guy's name is Mark Sargent, one of the biggest proponents for the flat Earth nuttery out there. I was almost going to say the flat Earth theory, but it is a bit sort of nuttery. Oh, this radio's okay. Shot by Paperclip just said it's so confusing. I've been stuck on this world map thing for the past few weeks now since I found out. Yeah, it's if you like I haven't looked deeply into it, but yeah, just look up sort of the different map projections out there. In fact, I'll have a quick look myself. It's not like I'm particularly busy in the plane doing anything at the moment. It's on autopilot, so it's taking care of itself, and there's nothing to see. Although we are at altitude, I might do a bit more climbing. See if we can at least get out. Where are we? Let's get up to 10. We'll use vertical speed. And there we go. That should work. Just somebody yell out if I suddenly get too slow. So, map. There we go, map projections. Let's have a good old Wikipedia. It's normally a pretty good source of quick general information. Yeah, actually, yeah, Wikipedia's got some fantastic things. Talks about, you know, choosing different types of projections. It at least touches on there's advantages and disadvantages. But it does give you an idea of why things get so warped. And it also, when you look at the ones that are more accurate, it gives you an idea as to why they don't use them, because they're just, especially for navigation and that, they're just not anywhere near as useful. Let's put this up. Oh, that's cool. Hang on. So what did you say it was called there? TrueSize.com. Let's have a look. Got so many windows open at the moment. Darren, if I end up looking up TrueSize.com and I get some kind of enlargement sales pitch, I'm going to be both very disappointed and very very impressed. TrueSize.com. It's like, no, not .com, .co. No! Let's see what happens with that one. It's safe, I promise. Oh, look at that. We just broke out of the clouds. Or at least out of one of them. I feel like I could bump up the detail level of these clouds a wee bit, but they're pretty good. Pretty good. Ah, connection timed out. Why did it time out? Did I? Oh, I know why it timed out. I did enter it wrong. I may very well. That's quite funny. I could have ended up with an enlargement site. Right. Yeah, a lot of streamers definitely focus more on the entertainment than the education, but yeah. All right, man. Well, hope you have a good night. Yeah. Well, it's especially when you're, flying halfway around the world, and when I get halfway, I'll probably continue. But when you're flying halfway around the world, it definitely helps to have a few things to do. Yeah, being an education program at the same time, that's kind of yeah, it's not something I deliberately consider doing, but yeah, I do normally end up getting up to interesting conversations when I'm streaming this game, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, that website, thetruesize.com, that's pretty cool. It actually, when you put the United States of Australia, it would be so hard to. Well, there is only what, just over 1% difference in size. So yeah, eyeballing it would be like hard to know. Yeah, it's funny actually with this flat projection here. When you get to the very bottom as well, things get. Oh, actually, this really does highlight why things seem so distorted on the flat projection as well, because just about everything in the southern hemisphere is, all the major stuff still is fairly close to the equator compared to like say Canada, Britain, China are all so much further away from the equator than Australia and even New Zealand is. I need to set that up. Hang on a second, let's see. If I don't screw this. Oop. Browser. Oh, hang on. Cancel. Oh man, can I do this without studio mode? Here we go. Right. So. Add another scene. Call it web. Right. You should still be seeing the airplane flying. I will go back to inside view though. Okay, so now for the web, I add the browser. Okay. Right. Now, go back to my actual web browser. Copy that address and paste. Let's see. What do you see, paper clip? Right. Okay, hopefully this works. If I do that. Is that showing the web page now? That's the other thing I can do actually. Yay! So yeah. When you, how do we do this again? Interact, here we go. So, can we get rid of that? Right, so when you zoom out, you see this is, so here's the equator, right? And you can see it is, from pole to pole, the equator is properly in the middle here, right? And you take something like the United States on the equator, looks really small, and looks, you know, stupidly large when you get out there. But it also gets stupidly large down here. But as you can see, Australia, Africa, South America, I mean, when you get down here, the very tip of South America, you know, that would get distorted. But even then, it's not even halfway to the pole. Whereas places like Iceland, you know, that is, you know, you put this here, and it gets really distorted. But you can see it's not. They're not deliberately trying to make these places bigger. It's just the effect of this projection and the fact that these countries, you know, these continents and islands just happen to be so close to the equator versus, you know, Antarctica looks absolutely gigantic. And yet we know, like, Antarctica is, you know, that it's a fairly big place, but it is, I think, a similar size to Australia, actually. The problem with this browser, it's not very good for, can't really do searching and stuff in it. We'll go back to aeroplane. I am going to go to that, if I can. Where was it? Ah, I've gone and lost it now. The one that I used to compare. So let's have a look at the history. History! Just quickly check the aeroplane, make sure everything's flying. Okay, cool. Looks like I'm down to 2/3 of a tank now. And where am I? Oof. I think we are definitely going to have to land and refuel before we get to Adelaide. Okay, so what was I looking for? It was my history. Oh my goodness, my history for some reason is full of the true size of. Recently closed tabs, maybe. No. Okay, so I still haven't closed it. Maybe it's in another window. Nope, I have no idea. Do not know what I did with that one. Okay, let's... There we go. Look at my old search, at least I found that. Comparearea.org. Why is that not in my history? Sometimes these things are so annoying. You look up Pornhub just once and it'll put it in your favorites list. Try and look up a oh, I got shot by a paperclip. Is messaging kind of like, yeah, it is very much like a lens. Well, they even well, I mean, that's why they call them projections as well. It's this, you get a lensing effect. So so let's look up, can we find Antarctica? There we go, Antarctica. Ooh, wow, Antarctica's pretty big. I think I'm just getting the texts, the emojis from Short Paperclip about me mentioning Pornhub. So Antarctica is 14,000 square kilometers, so it's just under twice either Australia or the United States as far as size goes. But when you look at that map, like, Antarctica looks like it, you know, it's bigger than Europe, America, and Asia put together, and it's just not. It's because that's, I mean, the very bottom of the map there is literally a pinpoint, and yet it's been stretched out into a line that goes all the way across the map. So it gives you an idea of how bad the distortion gets when you get to the edges. Looks like the Antarctica, they're counting not just the landmass but the ice, which is pretty hard to separate, really. So Antarctica is 81% bigger than Australia. And this is an interesting website, actually. Did I post this one? I did post this one, didn't I? To compare. Yeah, I did. I could have just looked at my own stream to get the link. There we go. So yeah, yeah. So Antarctica's 53%. Was it 53% larger than? And all of the United States, including Alaska and Hawaii. But yeah, about 83% if you're not. That's cool. Let's have a look around. Wow. Never seen this part of Tasmania. That is spectacular. You certainly wouldn't want to get lost out here. Engine failure. How are we doing altitude wise? Are we still climbing, or are we actually... No, we're at our desired altitude. Right, I'm going to back off on the throttle a wee bit. I can just maintain.
Golf Sierra Alpha contact Melbourne Center on 122.6. 122.6 for Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha. Melbourne Center Cessna Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra Alpha 10,200 feet.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why it always wants to contact Melbourne, even when you're nowhere near Melbourne.
Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra Alpha Melbourne Center
Although,
continuous planned. Altimeter 29.901.
Where I am now makes more sense than it usually does. At least we are somewhere near Melbourne. Near-ish as far as, you know, flying goes. Still not exactly right on top of it. Ah, man, I was gonna fly to Melbourne instead of Adelaide. Well, I was gonna fly to Melbourne first. Is there anybody still in the chat? Wondering if I should do Melbourne or just go straight to Adelaide. I don't know. If there's anybody out there that wants me to change course and head to Melbourne instead of Adelaide, speak now or forever hold your peace. Cool. I shall check Discord Stever. That is cool. That is very, 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 very cool. Thank you, Darren. Let's have a... I shall. Didn't actually realise you could do that. So it's OBS. Come back to me, OBS. That one, that one. And then paste enter. As the interact. Go, and then fade. Yeah. So, yeah, Antarctica goes from this to this. Still a bloody big place, but yeah, smaller than Africa, smaller than South America, definitely bigger than the US, but it's not so obvious now. North America is definitely larger, but not by anywhere near as much as it. Like, yeah, I mean, North America actually looks smaller to begin with. Yeah. That's pretty cool. You can pretty much recreate. There we go. Yeah. Depends where you grab it, I suppose. Hang on, can we rotate? Can we rotate? Actually, I don't think we can. Ah, how disappointing. Yeah, being able to rotate would be handy. Yeah. Oh, good night, Paperclip. Ah. Thank you as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's pretty cool being able to do the, you know what I should do? I should set up a bunch of different ones on the browser, maybe, I don't know how. Can I do add another browser? Okay. And then yeah, you probably could at least a couple. Yeah, Africa is pretty massive. I mean, even if like a really like relatively easy thing is you just go onto if you go onto Google Maps and go into globe mode, just zoom out. You've got a globe right there. Yeah, that gives you a much better idea of the sizes of things. That's right, I was going to look up windy.com. Windy.com. Oh, I can set the size of things here as well. Wow, that would have been 19, intelligent. 19. That's better. Sometimes, just sometimes, I'm a bit of a numpty. There we go. Whoops, what did I do there? I could do Paperclip. Are you still there? Although he would have seen the web page. What have I done? Oh, I've gone and broken it. I've broken it. Almost. There we go. There we go. Now, when... Whoops. Oh, why is that not working? Ah. There we go. Thanks, Staver. No, that's not good. Oh shit, I'm really icing it badly. That is really not good. Hang on. Switch that on. Oh man, that is not good. Oh man, did I fly through? I'm gonna have to cheat a little and look. It's not even. Oh man. Okay. Fingers crossed that doesn't get any worse, although I really need to probably then... Shit. Need to... Fuck it, just disengage autopilot. Need to avoid flying through that cloud. Ooh. Ah, right. Did you get the address for that website that... hang on, if I go... Did you get the address for this website that I've got up on stream now? Because I can post it if you want it. It's alright, Darren, I got what you meant. Oh man. Right, I will paperclip if you're still there. Autopilot again. I will grab the where are we? There we go. So yeah, this website you can, hopefully it works. You're not just stuck with those ones. You can mess about with it and get different countries to compare as well, which I didn't realise when I first saw it. Hopefully this link works. Hang on, I will try and give the link without the stuff in there. There we go. Let me know if that works. I'm imagining it won't show up on Twitch. Oh, it says it did go to Twitch. So yeah, let me know if that link has shown up for you. If not, I'll type it in the cheeky way. Oh, we're losing altitude. I particularly want to do that. Okay. Nav mode, back on. You know, it might just... Oh, this altitude is fine. Oh, fantastic. Good, good, good. Yeah, working on both apparently. I don't know why it wasn't working for you, Stover, before. But yeah, so yeah, that's a lot of fun to mess about with. Yeah, especially comparing countries in the middle to. Because what do we got? Just realised I'm still showing that one. So let's have a look. Go back to web, and then which one am I showing? Yep, because I can also interact. No, wrong one. I need to name those. Interact. There we go. So this should, in theory. There we go. Ah, it's showing it too small. There we go. I can adjust. So, just Africa itself, please. God, no, I don't want. No. Now I get the continent. So, yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, that tucks in nicely right there, doesn't it? Could have another one down here. It's a real shame you can't rotate these. Now it's, yeah, arrow keys don't do anything. But yeah. That's kind of mental. You can see United States there is significantly larger than most of Africa. But I'm going to put it back to the game because things are getting kind of interesting. Man, this icing is bad. Yeah, this is really bad. The ground is getting low enough now, we should be able to drop altitude, which I think is the only way we're going to save ourselves. Ice was very, very sneaky. It shows what can happen even in this game when you get for a game that's so uneventful most of the time. Basically, it's up at high altitude. It's pretty cold most of the time anyway. Like it's sort of below freezing a lot of the time. You start hitting conditions where there might be a bit of water, but you're like a bit of water in the air, a bit of moisture in the air, but your plane is freezing cold. As soon as that moisture hits your plane, it turns into ice, and what that ends up doing is it gets stuck to all the surfaces of your aeroplane, and it makes it harder and harder for that plane to it gets even stuck on the propeller, and makes it harder and harder for the plane to fly. Like it was having trouble maintaining airspeed. Is that still on FLC? It is on FLC. Hey, I am off to Adelaide, although I just remembered before things started going horribly wrong and my plane started turning into a flying ice cube, that I was going to do Melbourne and then Adelaide, but nobody seemed particularly worried about that. Unless you want to vote for going to Melbourne, in which case I could. Certainly not too late. Yeah, it's really not good. But luckily, I'm over the highest parts. I have gotten past the highest parts of Tasmania, and we're heading. I'm gonna have to drop. Gotta drop altitude because this wind data thing's definitely. This seems to be new. Yeah. I need to get some warmth. Once you get ice on the plane, it's really hard to get rid of it. But I have done it in the past when I first flew out of Dunedin. I got some bad icing, not quite as bad as this though. Just mildly terrifying. Because yeah, it will eventually drag your plane out of the sky if it gets too bad. And unfortunately, the game itself doesn't really show how bad the icing is. It gets to a certain point, then the textures don't really get any more aggressive, even though your icing is continuing to get worse. So you can't rely on just the way it looks. it was unexpected. I don't think I was even flying through clouds when it iced up. Man, look at that frosty, icy. Ugh. But yeah, that's not good. It's not good. Got to keep an eye on try and keep an eye for the ice melting, but I don't think it's going to melt at this altitude. Just hoping it's not going to get worse. I need to drop down. I also don't want to drop down to the point where I oh man, yeah, this is not the sort of terrain you want to be landing in. It's actually, before we do lose, hang on. There we go, that's the list I want. Okay, so there are a bunch of airports within, well, probably just airfields.
Flybird 8905 is cleared. Delaunay Airport has filed. Climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Departure frequency is 122.
Why is that still not? I should be losing altitude.
Clearance point 30 minutes from now.
I'm not. I don't like that. He'd have got me by now.
Flybird 8905 cleared. Delaunay Airport has filed.
Man.
Climb and maintain 10,000 feet.
I really can't lose that much altitude here, can I?
Decimal 6 squawk 0462. Clearance point 30 minutes from now.
A bit more.
Flybird 8905 readback correct.
This could end badly. This could end very, very badly. No. Where's the no button? Ah. No. Ah, cancel. Yeah. Enter. No. Oh. Hang on. There we go. That'll do. So airspeed is recovering a little. Desperately need to get this. I think once we get down, I don't know, because this airplane also doesn't have any. The closest it's got to any anti-icing stuff is the pitot tube heater, which, for anybody interested, stops this thing here from icing up, and that's it. My coffee and soldier on. I think it's hard to tell. I think the ice might be very slowly dissipating, but I also think that may just be wishful thinking. fly through those clouds. Yeah, I'm deliberately taking it down at the moment on warmer air, but it's also the less altitude I have. If I can't get rid of the icing, then I'm also in more danger. But it was maintaining altitude and holding speed even with the icing I have. So I think it's I'm gonna take that risk. Now is the time to take it. Oh, I just saw more ice build up. I'm sure I did. Hoping that was my imagination.
Melbourne Center Flybird 8905 is climbing
No, I think it was my
700 feet
imagination.
for 10,000
It was
feet.
just the way the light caught it.
Flybird 8905 Melbourne Center continue as planned. Altimeter 29.90.
But yeah, I don't want to fly through those clouds, which is why I'm dropping again. You either got to fly under them or fly over them, but I was icing up flying over them to a degree as well. So unless I was to fly much higher, this is not exactly a plane designed for high altitude flying, or even moderate altitude flying. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that ice is slowly dissipating. This area seems less icy. Getting some turbulence. Very close to our... Actually, I can throttle back up. But yeah, Tasmania's cold. I just realised I misread what you said as well. But yeah, losing altitude helps. Yeah, it helps, and it's also kind of, yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. But yeah, if you're flying low, you're not gonna, unless it's really extreme weather, you're not gonna ice up flying low.
Center, generic Victor Hotel uniform, Mike Golf IFR, Delowny ready to copy.
Just wondering. I can see on windy.com. Trouble is, I'm always finding stuff on windy.com that I can't find later on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah, here we go.
Hotel uniform, Mike Golf is cleared. Delowny Airport is filed. Climb and maintain 10,000 feet.
Definitely melting.
Departure frequency is 122.6 squawk 7104. Clearance
There we go.
30 minutes from now.
So this is freezing layers. Hang on.
Generic Victor Hotel uniform, Mike Golf cleared. Delowny Airport is filed. Climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Departure is 122.6 squawk 7104.
No, that's humidity now.
Clearance point 30 minutes from now.
Freezing altitudes.
Generic uniform, Mike Golf readback is correct.
Right, yeah, so this you don't change the altitude because it's, yeah, and we were flying. This is where we started icing up. So, it's accurate. And we're now out here. And that was, yeah. What unit is that in? Yeah, between 3 to 4. What was I flying at? It was over 5,000, so I was almost high. I was almost high enough to avoid it. Yeah, even flying quite low, it's dangerous. Seems to be dangerous there. But yeah, it's pretty accurate. But yeah, I actually could have made things worse if I dropped down too soon. Which I knew that's all. The center there is all very high altitude, so I couldn't have dropped down anyway. Oh, look, the ice is gone. Ta-da! Yep, so, yay. And I'll keep flying this way. Where's my zoom? No, not the zoom. They could really do with fixing the controls on this. I should easily have enough fuel to make it around here. In theory, I had enough fuel to make it. Oh yeah, I should be definitely good for the mainland at least. Wow. Shame you can't diagonally move on this. But yeah, there's my destination there. I should just have enough fuel to make it there, but I don't think I will. We're at half a tank now. Airplane's pretty happy at this altitude. In theory, those clouds shouldn't cause any icing. I guess we'll find out. Should be out of the icing danger zone. I'm not going to sing that as much as every fibre in my being wants to sing it now. I do not need the copyright strikes. Also, what is the time of day? Because that's going to be marching on too. Ooh. Has it really been that long? Have I been flying for 3 hours? I want to get across Tasmania a bit quicker than that, surely. Hang on, where's my... No, I've been flying for 2 hours and 10 minutes, almost exactly. Right. Oh man. It's just so beautiful! What the hell? Oh, that's different. That is, I don't remember that part of Tasmania. Wow. Wow. Just taking a few screenshots. That is certainly different. Nothing else anywhere nearby? No. Wow. Well, that's one for the books. I wonder if anybody else has found that anomaly yet. Captain's log, stardate. Stardate 30/10/2020. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd say so, because I'm flying, what, 4,700, so yeah, probably even 3,000 feet off. That is funny as. It's got to be a relatively small amount of bad data as well, because like a real thin strip, otherwise that would not disappear so quickly. Let's see, are we icing up again? Watch out, those smudges on the screen start turning into ice. Yeah, that was definitely a bit different. flying at night either. This could be... I think though, if I'm going to make it to Adelaide, it will be night by the time I get there. Yeah, it is. And if you've got it set to live everything, then it'll be accurate for where you are on the globe as well. So real time here is what, 20:39, and see the time there is 18:39. So yeah, which is right. It's a couple of hours out for Tasmania. They're a couple of hours behind us. In fact, when we cross over to South Australia, that time should adjust again, probably another hour. Just check my Facebooks. Cool. Doesn't seem to be any icing. Yay! Yeah, it's interesting the stuff, sort of the weather. Definitely, it was pretty good when they first released the game, but it definitely seems to have gotten better now. The icing they definitely had down pat. The winds were a bit wonky though, initially. Island is that? That's not King Island, I don't believe. Like Flinders Island or something? Let's have a look. Oh, why is my stream monitor is not showing the stream properly? I'm not going to let that panic me, because everybody else seems to be watching it just fine. Ooh. Okay, that's not going to show up properly. Let us name these browsers. So, rename as windy.com. That one was true size, I believe. My mind still turns that dirty. And let's get a map up. Let's use like something that's not Google Maps, maybe. Try and support the little guys. Mappity mappity map map map. Man, this is a big cloud. I feel like you get like almost the sensation that you're just not moving at all in this, like you're just stationary. It's a little bit disconcerting. I mean, so far we've had over 600 nautical miles to go when we first started this journey, and we're down to 443, so they're making progress. Whoops. There we go, there's that one. I'm going to use the DuckDuckGo map, hey? If it's going to work. Ooh. It's not working. Why not? Oh well. Well, let's... Why is nothing working? Ah, good. Thank you. Stay over. That is weird. I've got Bing Maps doesn't want to work. Oh, there we go. That took ages for it to kick into life. Okay. So the other one probably would have worked then as well, but I suppose try the other one. Oh wait. Open map, there we go. I don't know if we type that in. Man, it's cloud. I don't know what to sign up. There we go. Copy. That is King Island that we're flying over. The other one must have been too slow. Yeah, okay, so yeah, the big one's Flinders Island. The one we're flying over today is King Island. Cool. Remember getting it right when I was flying over Flinders Island, I just couldn't remember what it was. So, gonna add another browser source. get some turbulence. 1080 and okay. Did that work? It should have worked. Maybe that's not going to work. Oh, no, that is loading in. Being very slow. So that's the open map view of where we're going to be flying over soon. Must be about there. It's not following. Doesn't show a mouse pointer, I don't think. Not in this mode. Figure out how to fix that at some point. Shows the mouse pointer in game because it's the game's own version. Yeah. When I'm in the game, as long as I've got the game clicked, it will show the game's mouse pointer, which is good
Going
at least.
to 123.9 Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha. Melbourne Center Cessna Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra Alpha 4,700 feet.
It's bloody clouds.
Cessna Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra Alpha Melbourne Center continue as planned. Altimeter 29.92.
Trying to get down again. Sick of these clouds. Suppose I could try looking at windy.com for the cloud base, couldn't I? Wow, how low do these clouds go? Let's have a look. Clouds. Cloud base. Interesting. Just go clouds. Clouds in general. Doesn't appear to be telling me according to this, I shouldn't be in clouds at the moment. Yeah, no, I think you're right about the fuel. Although, as I get lighter, it gets a little bit easier as well. I don't know what's going on with these bloody clouds, though. Do not know. Although, I don't think it makes a massive difference, but yeah, definitely has a wee bit of a difference. I'm going to drop again. Say try 3,000. Come on, drop down. My God, how low are these clouds? Like, this is mental. Certainly didn't see clouds at this low level when we flew into the clouds initially. Okay then. Let's speed back up. These clouds are so low. Drop down to 2,000 feet. If we get to 2,000 feet and the clouds are still there, might as well try and, I don't know. Try and climb above them for shits and giggles, but that's going to burn through some fuel. We got down to 2,000 and still. Oh, there we go. I can just see the ocean now. Holy shit. Oh, this is silly. Okay. So, well, let's get it a wee bit lower then. Yep. Get the hair speed up. Whoa. Bit of buffeting action going on there. Whoa. What is going on? Man, that is just misty as. Oh man, I don't like this. It's just pure fog. Which maybe that's why it's not shown on. Okay, yeah, no, screw this. Like, yeah, I'm going to set it to climb now. That is mental. Is our target. That is just so a quick look outside. Yeah, we're just under half a tank. This is like, it's thick fog. Okay. Right, so do they have fog as a separate thing? Accumulation, rain, thunder, rain accumulation, snow, temperature, dew point, humidity, meaning fog. Really? Something wrong here. There's fog. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, they are disagreeing about the weather around here. Oh well, it is what it is. At least it's weather, I guess. Yeah, most of the time it lines up pretty well. Just not right now. It's definitely on a... Yeah, well, don't just disappear like that. Oh, nice. off, which means it's live. And it just disappears whenever it feels like it. That's nice. they don't have any fires at the moment. Well, actually, maybe they do. I'm pretty sure Microsoft doesn't have that built into the simulator anyway. Air quality. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, there is a lot of parts per million around this area is a little high. Aerosols, no, not much in the way of aerosols. Oh, PM 2.5, what is that? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. I know they do have a thing for fires. Let's swap over there as well. So, fires. There's a fire down there in Tassie, and one up there, and a bunch around there. Oh, jeez. Western Australia. It's a pretty intense one. Yeah, but not really much around here, so shouldn't be a real problem. Oh, looks like these clouds are giving way now. I have a feeling I might have followed the clouds down. They're quite white, like they're breaking up at quite a low altitude up there. Be about right. Looks like we're finally flying over King Island. Through fuel. We're actually going into a headwind, I think. 8 knot headwind. It's not atrocious, but still doesn't help. Yeah, will be. probably not one that we can fill up using the game, but you can just pretend. So much for the clouds breaking. I'm wondering how far it's going to make it. Well, I know we won't get all the way to Adelaide on this. Well, pretty sure we won't make it all the way to Adelaide. Screw it. I am going to change to Melbourne. Right, YMAB, huh? Avalon. Alrighty. Enter. Activate. That is 117 nautical miles. We can make that. Oh look, there's an airfield right below us as well. But no! We are real men. We take unnecessary risks. Whoa, hello. I did break out of the clouds eventually. I think I'm fine with this. Am I fine with this altitude? Yeah, let's do this altitude. This is fine. Right. Even if it's dark, by the time we get there, we are well lit airport, so yes, should be good. Bloody hell. Really stretch. Don't show me cloud. Going in. Is that from like Airplane or something? Wow. It was from There's No Reason to Be Alarmed, and we hope you'll enjoy the rest of your flight. By the way, is there anyone on board who knows how to fly a plane? Oh, that's awesome. And apparently that was my 100th message with Restream Chat. So thank you for that, Stayler. 100 messages. Quite the milestone. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Also building up all the stuff I need for Twitch as well, especially if I do want to get affiliate. Seems to be a much more simplified process these days. pretty scary. Alrighty. Gotta go take a wee break and I'll be right back. I'll be back in a bit. No, don't stop with the quotes. I'm enjoying the quotes. Ba-da-ba-ba. Got myself a fizzy drink, chicken sandwich, some tartar sauce on it instead of mayo. So I thought, bugger it, why not? It's delicious on fish. I'm sure it's delicious with chicken. And I was right. Oh. We are getting awfully low on fuel. We're at 4 degrees C. I just noticed the temperature down there as well. Is there an ETA? I haven't noticed an ETA yet. Huh. There it is. 40 minutes, give or take, is it? It's going up though. Okay, not sure. starts coming back down significantly. So turbulence, that could have been what did that. Yeah, we lost a significant amount of ground speed. So what are you doing at the moment, Stephen? Yeah, that's definitely ETO. Time is crashing now that we've managed to get our ground speed back up to 110 knots. This wind is definitely doing some interesting things. Nah, fair enough. Fair enough. Seen Graham been doing a lot of stuff in Star Citizen recently. He's joined an org. He's fucking making money hand over fist. Yeah. It's nice to do that sometimes. Just really want to get more regular with these. I think I'm going to have to set aside time, not necessarily each day, but at least certain days of the week at a certain time that I have to get up and do that, and don't make plans around that time to do other things, or at least make some sort of effort to do that. Longmire, what's Longmire? Ah, cool. I think you might have told me about that. Not sure, it rings a bell. Nice. Yeah, I was talking to my dad the other day, and we ended up talking something about politics, I think. I mentioned the West Wing. Yeah, I think he's got the whole lot on DVD, which he highly recommended binge watching that. I might have to give it a go. I've seen bits of the West Wing, and I know that certainly the early ones were really good, and I think it just gets, from what I've heard, it just gets better and better. This weather is hammering this little plane at the moment. Hammering might be a slight exaggeration, but not by much. It's a bit rough. Oh, I haven't even seen the first one. I should probably grab Disney Plus or something. That way I could watch 2 seasons. Do they release the whole season at once, or do they eke it out? No, Netflix pretty much releases it all in one go. Right. Wow. That's very old school of them, isn't it? Like, I'll wait. I've got Karate Kid season 1 and 2 to like. I've seen season 1. I started watching it again a wee bit, and I've got season 2 to watch at the moment, which I'll probably do later on tonight. Oh, I just realised I've got some laundry in the thing I need to hang out as well. Oops. Yeah, I really liked, Cobra Kai. Really liked season 1. Oh, very good. It's getting cold. I'm going to turn my heater back on. Apologies for any whooshing, windy noises. Should, let's say, make it to our destination with, hey, the way this camera does that. Yeah, we should be pretty good. Should be pretty good. Oh my god, yes, The Expanse. December 1st, season 5. Oh, yes. Oh my god, that's just... That is probably when that finally concludes. I think I'm just going to watch it again from the beginning. It's so damn good. Battlestar Galactica is another one of those ones I watched a few seasons of but never got to the end of. It started to drag on a bit. Yeah. And I heard the ending sucked. Which is a real disappointment. And our Soviet Womble absolutely hates the ending of that. But yeah, I'd still like to kind of watch all of it. Maybe at like 150% speed it up if I have that option of wherever I can watch it. Don't know who's hosting it at the moment. Yeah. It's like, kind of like they started running out of ideas or lost some of their good writers or something. The actors were great. And the basic premise was fucking amazing. Yeah, they seem to lose their way a wee bit. It got a little too heavy into some of the politics stuff. Like, the politics stuff is good, it needed it, and it definitely adds something to it, but when they started focusing a bit too much on it, it was getting got a bit rough. Need a overlay so that people can see what's being typed in the game at the same time. Let's see if I can do that. Oh, nice.
Golf Sierra Alpha contact Melbourne Center on 135.7.
Yeah, no, I like the character that played Starbuck. That's definitely a good recommendation for Longmire then.
Going to 135.7 Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha. Melbourne Center Cessna Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra Alpha 4,800 feet.
Cessna Alpha Sierra, X-Ray Golf Sierra, Alpha Melbourne Center, continue as planned. Altimeter 29.902.
So the thing I was thinking I was, oh cool, thank you. I was considering trying to start up a wee Minecraft server. But I think it's always stopped me in the past, it's been the port forwarding. But I might give it another go. There's a wee program that can kind of fudge it for you, which I might try. See if I can get it to work. So if I can get it to work, that'd be pretty cool. And knock on wood, ever since I did some of the, added some of the software for the motherboard that was missing, the computer's been reasonably stable. I don't want to sound too positive because I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, it's been pretty good. So the way it was running before is no way I could have run a server. Let's have a look in Discord for that IMDb link. Yeah. Oh, very cool. sure I've seen bits of that. That's on Netflix. Okay. Start losing altitude. Wonder if I know them. No. What's that? Robert Taylor, is it? That's the lead actor. Well, yeah, he's an Australian actor, so I'm guessing that's who you mean. Let's get back down into the clouds. Oh, looks like... Ooh. Looks like the clouds are a bit more scattered now. Actually see the ocean down there. Good, good, good. Slightly surprised not seeing a few more players around now that we're getting closer to Melbourne. It looks pretty cool. really dark. Looked away for a bit, looked back, oh my goodness, it's getting night. Yeah, full moon too. Okay, let's drop down a bit more. It's just found. Yeah, this. Do you mean water or water ice? Because they've known about water ice on the moon for like at least a decade or so. It's funny, Dad was talking to me about that today as well. I was like, but they've known about that for ages. Or did they find a really significant quantity? Because I knew they were quite a few years ago now. They were quite excited that they'd found water ice at the poles. And they reckoned it was a fairly large quantity. Great. Keyboard's not popping up on my phone. Love that. Restart phone. Right, I'll have to look that up, because if they're mentioning it again, there must be something significant. I see stars! Like to get in the ground. Look at that, it's almost 10 degrees outside. It's positively tropical. About 13 minutes out from my destination. Winds are quite strong, if that's correct. It's going to make landing interesting. some turbulence. Come on, get down. Man, it's just a day of low cloud. Okay. Ah, thank you for that link. Ah, that's the difference, right. Water on the, oh, for fuck's sake, radio, you've got the best timing. It's water in sunlit areas, whereas before, where they'd found water ice was in craters that were always in shadow.
Avalon approach Cessna Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra Alpha 1,800 feet.
Interesting.
Cessna Alpha Sierra, X-ray Golf, Sierra Alpha Avalon approach, continue as planned. Altimeter, 29.901.
Interesting, so it's very small amounts of water, but I say the Sahara Desert has 100 times the amount of water than they detected in the lunar soil. But hey, it's something. Oh, I'll have to look at more of that a bit later. Right, so what was the radio rabbiting on about? Cool.
Avalon Tower Cessna Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra Alpha is 19 miles south with Kilo to land.
Cool.
Fly left traffic runway 18 Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha.
Okay, that was a bit weird. 18. We go that way. Interesting. Phew, it is very, very dark under all these clouds. And the time of day. Might have to disengage autopilot for a bit. Man, visibility is atrocious at the moment. Yeah. Yep, flashlight out the window. Possibly not a terrible idea. Right, can I sit up a bit? Thank you. Still got a fair way to go. Stick autopilot back on for a bit. Wish it wouldn't turn as extreme as that, there's no need for it. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. It's been an update to night lights and reflections and all that kind of thing. Without it before and after, I really can't tell the difference, but it does look bloody nice, doesn't it? Although it's killing my frames. Does look so pretty. Hello, Melbourne. Ooh. I said runway ahead. Pretty sure though that they want us to approach from the other way. So, oops. Oh, sorry, disengage my mouse first. There we go. Autopilot off. And hang on a sec. They wanted left traffic. Which means you go on the right, I believe, because you're turning left all the time. Spot. Don't know what it's going to be like What have we got? 14. Yeah, Windsor. That's weird. I would have thought they'd want me to land on this runway, because that's actually going into the wind, which would make more sense. Oh well. I'm not too worried either way. I should be able to get it down just fine. Down the trigger, there we go. It'll track the runway for me, which is nice. At least it's reasonably clear weather now. Hello, movie and music today. Do you do something with movies and music? Let's put flaps down. Yes, Dave, I've got Horizons. Remember, we've been on the planet together.
Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha cleared to land runway 18. Wind 178 and 19er.
Clear to land runway 18 Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha.
Get this around alright, come on. Feel like it's taking forever. Where's the runway? There it is. Yeah, it was taking too long to get around. It's all good. Not the most graceful approach, I could make it work. Definitely one of my sloppier landings. There we go. Oh, yeah. It could have been better. Wasn't terrible though. Alright. Taxi instructions, please. Horizons is free now? Oh my god. That'll have pissed a bunch of people off.
Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha, turn next taxiway.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. They definitely need to give something as a. Otherwise, it's a bit of an FU, and don't buy our expansions because we're going to give them away for free in a couple of years anyway. But yeah, they needed to, because it was chopping up your good grief, where is the taxiway? Chopping up your community into those that have the expansions and those that not is not a good way to get people working together.
Cessna Golf Sierra
Unless
Alpha
you're very
exit runway
clever about
label.
it, which they weren't. Oh man, these winds.
Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha, contact ground on 120.1.
I shall.
.1 for Cessna Golf Sierra Alpha.
Yeah, you can really feel the wind on the ground, eh? Have you seen the skin yet? What's it like? Wow, that's a whole a long taxi. Probably should be using taxiing lights as well, if I've got any. Down here somewhere. Nav lights. Strobe. That's the landing lights. Beacon light. Well, we don't do that. See, do we not have taxi lights? Oh, there we are. Taxi lights. Hey. There we go. Go off this way. Whoa, the wind's catching us. I feel like, is this an airplane or a boat? Ooh. What is that on my left? Something. Ah. Oh, stop doing that. Fighting this wind. Oh, look, there's a bit of daylight still left. Oi, oi, oi. No, I'm not doing a taxi through there. That's fine. My plane will not make that. Most definitely not. I think I'll park just here. But that was fun. Yes. Auto-generated airports definitely need a little bit of work with their taxiing instructions and such. Oops. Doink, 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 doink. And no, that. you still on? There we go. All of a sudden it's turned into a horror game. 29%. Yeah. Way better than last time. And of course you've got to remember the last 5% is unusable as well. But yeah. Yeah, it's probably about as fine as you want to cut it under normal circumstances. Yes. Not too sure what I want to do now. I need to make myself something to eat at some point. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll don't know if you're going to bed now or stay over, or if you wanted to jump on Discord for a bit of a chat. I'm going to shut the stream down now. Yeah. And yes, everybody that's been watching, thank you very, very much. If you're watching this as a recording and you've made it this far, holy shit. And yes, thanks for watching. So, catch you guys.